Good morning, everybody. We are back with another day of Stock TV. The market back at all-time highs. We got crazy stuff going on. It's been a wild week. We're going to wrap it up. This will be our final live streaming session of the week, and we're going to let Aaron dive into it. Go ahead, Aaron. Take it away.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Mr. Paz, Miss Tamika, always a pleasure. Miss Amanda, good morning. Lar, Mr. Will. All right. I haven't even seen that, Tamika. Or Amanda. We're having a Pentagon press conference right now. There's Frank the Tank. Morning, Mike. Morning, Lyle. Oh, the markets are just levitating, right? Anniversary of sorts. What's that, RC? Morning, Art. Art is on. Good morning. Market has war exhaustion. Yes, it does. Hello, Edward. Is that a Niner in your name? What's your anniversary? Oh. Very good. Congratulations. 1 year ago today, walked away from real estate development for a life of soft retirement. Full-time day trading. Haven't worked this hard in years. Yep, exactly. Very good. That's a good way to say it. Good way to say it. Okay. Before we get started, I have something very, very, very important. You guys don't believe a word I say. I have something very important I want to say. Okay? Very important. And I am a firm believer in giving credit where credit is due. So we had all-time highs yesterday, right? Okay, I'd like to read you something. All right, now, this was not perfect, but you can't get much more perfect than I received a DM on March 19th. Okay, March 19th, I received a DM. It says, I'm calling it. Positive war news and all-time highs again in 3 weeks or less. So this person was 1 week off when we were way down in the dumps back in March. So I want to show you the level of, that's right, Mr. Wika. I want to show you the level of knowledge that you are gaining on these morning lives. Right there, 3/19, 2026, 3:17 p.m. I'm calling it. Positive war news and all-time high again in 3 weeks or less. That's right. Ed, very good. There we go. Nice job, Edward. Nice job, Edward. I think I even sent you the Major League gif of him calling the Babe Ruth calling a shot. Very good. All right. so very good. I thought that was very cool. All right. I wanted to make sure to pull that up this morning. All right. That's a crystal ball for you right there. Luke, good morning. Joe Mama, good morning. That's right. L.A. Hayes, that's right. Ed is the great Bambino, the Sultan of SWAT. Killing me, Smalls. All right. Okay. All right, anyway, let's get started. So, well done, Edward. Well done. I don't care what anybody says. You're a valuable member. You're a valuable member. All right. Okay. What are we doing? All right, news. Let's get started on news. Okay, 8:30 here. We do have our unemployment claims. All right, forecasting 213. You know they always miss this every single time. Here's these little dashes are the forecast, and there's where we come in. We never hit what the expectation is. It's always off somehow. But so forecasting 213, that would put us down here. All right, so we'll see, obviously, how the market responds to that. So we have Philly Fed too. Philly Fed and unemployment claims here at 8:30. We'll see how the market responds. And that's pretty much it for our day. And then going into the rest of the week, it's pretty quiet, right? We got Fed speakers scattered throughout, but pretty quiet, right? Nothing too crazy. Pretty quiet into the week. All right. Okay, so let's get into it here. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. What am I doing? Okay. Got it. All right. So starting off on the VIX. Okay. Now we had a rollover. All right. Everybody knows that. Okay. So we're in our new contract. So what we're going to watch, well, here, let me show you the continuous real quick. All right. So on the continuous, the one level we have to watch out for once a month is the old contract lows, new contract highs. Now, before you guys say anything, yes, I understand TradingView is going to look different. Okay, just part of it. All right, TradingView rolls early, been down that road, that beat that dead horse. It's ashes by now, as much as we've talked about how dumb that is. But anyway, so this is the world we're living in. So draw from April 1st. All right, that's been our anchor down here or over here on the continuous for a while. All right. So those April 1st lows to lows on the continuous, right? We already traded them once right there, twice right there to targets. This is the third time. Okay, so we do have room to squeeze back up into these resistance levels. Okay, absolutely we do. And I'll show you something on the new contract here that you got to pay attention to. But this is the level we really have to watch every month. Right? Old contract lows, new contract highs. Okay, this pullback right here. This is what can lift us back off. All right. So we will see, you know, as we go into the rest of the week and as we go into next week, eventually we'll make pullback. Okay. And we'll see from there. Now, what you can watch this morning is that we're watching the new contract, which is K. All right, K is in kilo. So all you TradingView peeps, just look at the K contract. All right. Now, in the K contract, remember this is VX, the VIX futures, right? Not VIX, the index. So, and the reason we're watching this is, as I say, 99% of the time, this is the leading inverse indicator for our US indices. Now it's been really choppy and poppy, and I'll show you with the indices here in a second. But VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So we have those April 1st, remember on the K contract, those April 1st lows to lows. This is where we gapped into at our reopen this week. Kidding me out, nice. And we've come down and hit those targets and gone through them. So here's that next extension short, drawing from these 2105s to our lows. All right. And this is still holding. This hasn't broken at 61.8. Remember, 2071, round up to 75, add a tick, 80. Traded right to our line in the sand. Okay. Right to our line in the sand, and then retested it. And we're still holding this short setup. All right. So we roll out of this, right? If that continues to hold, we got targets down at 1995. All right. Hell of a good price for something, by the way. But if we do break this, now here's where we got to pay attention. If we do break this, then we can squeeze back into these April 1st lows to highs. And if you look at that on the continuous, if we break these 80s up here, right, that's going to be on the continuous, us squeezing back up into that same resistance level from those April 1st lows to lows. Okay. So either way, you can just watch the K contract for now. Once we get up there and trade those, if we do, we can probably switch back to the continuous. But that's how we're looking at it right now. Okay. So these April 10th lows to lows, 80s and below, right? We're still in that short setup. We break the 80s and start to squeeze. We'll have to see what happens on the indices because things have been wild with the indices and our leading indicators. Okay. All right. Any questions on where we are? Any questions on where we are? That's why it's so important to understand our little rounding situation on the VIX. That's on my pinned messages, by the way. I did a little breakdown for it. Pinned messages of my futures channel. All right. Everybody good? Know where we are? Good. Okay. All right, moving on. Now, our financials is bank and longs. Yes, absolutely it is. Okay. We're still in this massive extension long. This is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Bank rallies, that's a tailwind for the indices. Bank falls, that's a headwind. Doesn't mean they're going to go straight up or straight down. Just creates the environment that the indices are in. We want to be on the right side of that environment. So we're still in these massive extension longs from April 1st, all right, to our highs here on the 9th. Pull back right there. Excuse me. All right, and from that low, this is lows of the week. All right, there was our pullback, never hit our target. So we just leave the draw right there. All right, came back down, retested. All right, so we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving today. Okay, but bank's been a great tailwind, obviously, for the indices. So we'll see if this keeps going here. All right, so on to the ES. Okay, now when you look at our daily chart, all right, there were our all-time highs, 70.43. So we made new all-time highs, and more importantly, we closed up here. We didn't dip in and then sell off. Now, this big rip, this is just a massive, just hedges coming off, right? Because if you had your position hedged, right, your long position hedged on the way down, we start going back up, you want to yank that off, right? Well, those are buy orders. Closing those hedges are buy orders. So that's fueled this massive rally, right? So we want to pay attention now. We always, we have the saying, if you see a rally without the financials, don't trust the rally. So bank's been going up, yes. But if you look, we're making new all-time highs up here, highs of the year. And where are the financials? Well, we still got a ways, if you zoom out, we still got a ways to go. Okay, there's our highs of the year, right? So you can see there's a divergence there. All right, so bank should be screaming up here. So I'm not saying that it's going to go down. I'm just saying that, we need to understand our surroundings here. All right. Oops. Okay. So that's where we are. Now, when we zoom in, okay, and we look at the same series that the VIX is in, all right, the most recent extension long, okay, is from this high on April 10th to highs. Okay, this line is the all-time high. That's the extension short that the VIX is holding. Well, the VIX is here. All right, see that divergence? That is huge, right? That's an absolute huge divergence right there. From where the VIX is trading it short to where the indices are trading this long. All right, so there's plenty of room if we start a pullback. Okay, so we are absolutely in no man's land up here. Absolutely in no man's land. So all we're watching for here going in the morning is the gap fill. All right, and hopefully we'll stretch far enough away, all right, that we'll get an entry into the fill. But you can see how far away our next support level is. All right, that's no joke. Now, what could keep us going higher, obviously, are these previous highs, right? Old resistance becomes support. Okay, so these 70-60 25s, all right? Or yeah, 70-60 25s. All right, hang on, let me fix my, hold on one second, guys. All right, I've got new new hardware coming. Supposed to be here yesterday. Anyway, yeah, targets in both directions. Yeah, yeah. So our gap fill today, 70, 60, 25, right? So here's how we're looking at this. Okay, again, we're in absolute no man's land up here. Okay, the only real support we know about, right, are these 70 43s. That's the previous all-time high. Hardware like a robot. Yeah, I decided to bite the bullet and just get a robot. Right, just got tired of getting off the couch. No, I got more like a bunch of new HDMI stuff and IT stuff. I don't know, whatever it's called. Morning, Snipe. You know me in IT. I'm really savvy. So here's those 10 points away, right? So yesterday, now this is really wild, okay? Not yesterday, but what day was it? Yeah, when we opened, I forget what day it was. What was it? Was it yesterday? No, anyway, there was a day this week that we opened within 10 points and didn't even fill the gap, which is way out of line. All right, that's not normal. So here's our 10 points away. Now let's look at 20 just for giggles here. 60, 25, 70, 25, 80, 25. All right, so 80, 25. Let's see if I can get this morning. Almost. All right, so our 20 points are way up here. All right. So you can see that we could squeeze back into highs, right? We absolutely could. And maybe a dip into highs, something like that, and then roll over. So the difficult thing about gap fills is when they're against the trend, okay? So the trend is up, obviously. All right, so this gap fill is against the trend. So we'll have to see something up here, either, like I said, a dip into highs and close below, like a failed breakout, something along those lines. If you look, our past, we've just had this crazy bid at 930, right? Just a crazy 930 bid. All right, there's 930. See these crazy 930 bids, these just short coverings all week. 930. Where's 930 here? This was the one yesterday that filled the gap. But then 945 bid. So we got to watch at the open here. All right, so I don't want anybody to get steamrolled. So we'll definitely want to look for something up here that's going to give us a reason to trade in the direction of the fill, right? Because you can see a scenario where we just take off, right? Remember, all these sellers at highs create new highs, right? Because, you know, if you have hedges going on up here, those coming off are stop or are buy orders, right? So the more sellers we have or top people trying to pick a top, hedgers going on, etc., you're going to see those sellers at highs keep creating new highs. And that's what, like a day like yesterday, where it's just a grind, right? It doesn't seem like there's any new buyers. It just grinds. That's what's happening. Okay. All right. So we'll see. But right now we're in between these 10 and 20. And if we open inside of these 10 to 20, right, we got about a 70% chance of this gap filling. Outside of 20, we're looking at 50-50 or worse, especially today, if we would open outside of these 20 points. All right, so we can look for entries up around in this area. All right, if we get there, stretch that rubber band far enough away. All right. Are we using the target of 71.42 from that broken extension now that we made a new high? Target of 71.42. Look to see. That's a good point. Yeah, we've got a new now that we've made a new high, we've got a new larger extension up here. Okay. So that's going to be there. I'm not sure if that's what you were asking about. But yeah, that's the, there is a new highs to highs extension right there. All right, and that gives us a 72.95, but we haven't made that pullback yet. I'm guessing you might be asking about that. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. So there's the ES. Hang on, fix. There we go. The large one from December. Is that the one you were asking about, Joe Mama? Over here? This highs to highs? Yeah. Yeah, now that we've made a new high. Yep, absolutely. What he's talking about, guys, is we had this extension long on the weekly, daily, weekly chart. This massive extension long, right? That broke, but we've made a new high now. Okay. Now we've made a new high. So it reactivates that extension draw. Right. So on the larger time frame, there's this high, and that is January of 25, January 24th of 25. Now we can draw to that new high. So if we do ever start to make a larger pullback, we do have this larger extension long below us now. So that's absolutely back in play. Not crazy? Yeah, good eye, Joe Mama. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. So you can see if we do make that pullback, that's going to be a significant pullback. All right, so we got to get moving here. Okay, so any questions? Yeah, don't get Ed started on the be adjust thing. He's not a big fan. I received a rant, a venting rant one day about the be adjust function. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So there we are, guys. So we'll see. We'll more than likely fill the gap today, but we'll just see what type of pullback we get. One of two things, guys. Either we're going to get that 930 bid and we're just going to grind. Just grind, right? Or we are going to fill this gap and start our pullback here. Okay. And then we're going to have to watch these previous all-time highs right here, these 70.43s lines right up with the daily pivot. All right. And then just keep an eye on the VIX to see if we fall back into our normal relationship, right? I've only seen this one other time, like I said, and that was right as COVID started. Right, the VIX and the ES went up for like 6 days together. It was really weird. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Okay, all right, so we got to move on here, guys. All right. Okay, so NASDAQ, same thing. All right, we're using, see how big the pullbacks are? We're using those April 10th highs to highs. There's the previous all-time high right there. All right, and you can see we're defending that right now. All right. So same thing, we're absolutely in no man's land. Be very safe up here unless you're a super small time frame intraday trader, right? We need to be smart, right? Be smart here. It'll help us out a lot once bank opens too, so we can see what direction it gets moving. All right, but let the ES gap fill be your guide here. All right, so moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, so here's the YM, a little bit different. Here's its halfway back on the week. All right, Sunday night. Now there's an extension below us too, but the more aggressive is this halfway back of the week, and you can see it's just levitating, right? Just levitating here. Now we can look at yesterday's lows to highs, and you can see that that's holding, right? It's absolutely holding. So let's watch yesterday's lows to highs. This is really small. Like I said, we're really in no man's land. No man's land means between a profit target and our next measured move. So since we haven't made pullbacks, we're just kind of hanging out here in no man's land. All right, so we'll see. Again, with the YM and the Russells, especially, watch bank going into the morning. But everything's bullish. There's nothing bearish whatsoever about our markets. It's just a matter of where do we get our entry. All right, here's the Russells. There's that extension long. It's actually drawn from the 8th to this high on the 14th. You could even draw it to this high now, right? And there's our next pullback. See how we're just in no man's land, right? So again, we can watch yesterday's lows to highs, but we need bank on our side here. All right. So these are the spots where people start getting really flustered because they'll get long and then they're like, oh, damn it. And then get short and then they're like, oh, damn it, get long. And they're all over the joint, right? Because we don't really have a trend. Okay, we're in this no man's land here. All right, so just be very safe, guys. Okay, VIX Bank indices. Any questions? Any questions? It'll be really, obviously the high probability trade of the day, or the high participation trade of the day, is going to be the gap fill, and what we end up doing with that. It's going to be very interesting to see. Oh, I guess we had news. We didn't even cause a blip. It's going to be really interesting to see how that participation is after we get that fill, right? Because are we just going to grind, right? Just going to grind back higher? We'll see. We'll see. So just be really safe this morning, guys. We're really in kind of that no man's land area. Thanks, Edward. All right. So everybody good? VIX Bank indices? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still hanging in there, right? Now, we've got this much larger resistance level. We've been talking about this. All right. Much larger short from up here on January 14th to lows, halfway back in the year. And we dipped into that high. So if we see us starting to break longs, right? This long is still holding. This is just the next in a series on the way up. From the 12th to our highs right there, bang, to the tick almost. Awesome. Now we're just chopping inside of that. Okay, there's that much larger resistance above us, and there's our support. So not really drawing anything in the middle now, because the middle's getting run over both ways. So just choppy chopperton here. All right, so no change yet. If we break these longs, we'll be looking for pullback shorts and a change of trend to start our next leg down. All right, gold and silver. That's not gold and silver. Let's go to crude oil first. Crude oil. Now, again, this has been a pretty solid leading indicator for the indices. Now, crude oil is still weak, right? It's still weak. It's still in shorts. No shorts have broken. Okay. The most recent one we're in now, this is a worker bee move inside of the bigger one from April 12th to our lows, right? We do have room to squeeze up into this. There's little counter trend longs leading us into this resistance, but we have no idea how. We don't have to get all the way up here, right? But the trend is still down. Okay, the trend's been down since we had the 2-week ceasefire. All right, from April 7th. Then we had our first pullback, targets down here, haven't hit it. There's our worker bee move inside. And just look at that nonsense, right? So I'm looking at crude oil right now more as a leading indicator on the indices than I am getting into a trade with it, right? Brent has done the same thing. We're looking at West Texas. We're looking at WTI. Brent has done the same thing. It broke longs, and it's got short setups as well. All right, so there we go. Not a whole lot going. If we do see oil take off for some reason, then we'll see some indice weakness. All right, but as long as it's staying sideways to down, it's a tailwind for the indices. All right, so now gold and silver. This is where it gets really exciting here, guys. Okay, so gold, remember, we're at this halfway back on the year. Okay, January 29th to lows. There's monster longs below us that we're not arguing that fact. Uh, so halfway back in the year, and we know we're going to get hung up here. This is a daily / weekly resistance level. Okay. Now here's the series leading us up there. This is what's really impressive. I don't know why my voice just cracked there. Really impressive. Um, that's the chicken question. Oh my gosh, I'm near talking to myself. Okay. Everybody knows that chicken thing, right? I hope. Okay. All right. So there's that short, right? It's going to be tough to get through that. It's a profit taking spot. It's a hedging spot. It's a short selling spot. Exactly, Mike. It's my favorite chicken joke. As far as my categorized jokes, as far as chicken goes, that's my favorite. Wow. All right. So this next long setup on gold from the 12th to our highs, it hasn't even made a pullback. It's levitating up here, just hanging out at this resistance. So good job, gold, right? If we see this sucker starting to break through and we're getting to this next target, more than likely what's going to happen, because we've got this target of this draw, more than likely what's going to happen if we get here, we're going through it and we're going into extension longs and gold's going to fly. All right, we got to get through this nonsense. But see how we've hit and we haven't started this rollover, right? Not to say we're not going to, but this is very solid. This is very solid for the precious metals to be able to hang out up here. So come on, gold, right? Come on, gold. It gives us so many different options, right? So many options to sell miners, so many options to go long miners, so many options to, on the futures markets. It just gives us so many options when gold and silver take off. All right. Okay, so now silver, same thing. It's running into a short. There we go. All right. Now its short's not halfway back in the year. It's a little bit different. But it's from this high on March 1st to lows. Okay, and that's what it's trying to churn through right now. All right, that's that. Okay, so it'd have to get up here and break these 83.51s. All right, so again, this is its next long, halfway back on the week, right? And we're just levitating right up here. So good job. A lot of this is from dollar weakness, right? So if we do go into dollar strength trades, we'll need to see how these guys respond. But that would be our next support level down here at these 76.85s. But we're just levitating. Good job, gold. Good job, silver. Right? Churning, trying to get through all that nonsense. All right. So not a whole lot to do at this exact moment, but some really exciting opportunities for gold and silver. All right. Moving on to the dollar. Okay, now a lot of this gold and silver, right, has been a result of dollar weakness because we are in dollar weakness trades. Absolutely we are. Okay, this is DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies shoved together. But from our highs on the 12th, this is just a funky looking draw. Yeah. From our highs on the 12th down here to our lows yesterday, we do have this pullback, right? This would be dollar strength. Right, this would be dollar strength. If we haven't made this pullback yet, if we just roll over, that's just continuing dollar weakness. That dollar weakness is going to put a tailwind, right? Continued tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices, right? So exciting stuff. You're like roll over, right? Because it's specifically the precious metals. I'm like more focused on the precious metals right now because the indices are in, no man's land. But there could be some real possibilities on the precious metals, right? So there we go. Now, when we get to the actual currencies, okay. Amanda, did you see this? I don't know if you got it. This was a tough one to get into, but look how technical this is. So here's the dollar yen from our highs on the 13th to our lows on the 14th. That's all we got, right? There was our pullback, right? And then bam, look at that profit target hit. How cool is that? Right? Just bing, bang, boom, boom, right? Bounce. So very cool. So all we're using is same anchor, new low, right? and now we're right there again. So if we see maybe a 1 hour bar close, maybe a close red, maybe a dip into high, something to see if that's going to roll us over down into this next target. That's a tough one to get in, Amanda. And the reason I talked to Amanda about this, because I know she trades the dollar yen. This is tough, right? It's tough. The only thing we can really do is, if you see this happening, reduce your position size, right? And because your stop needs to go up here, right? Until it starts going down and you can get it to break even. But I mean, or you could look for a 1 hour bar, close red, try to get in and put your stop just above this high for super small risk, massive reward type trade. But yeah, we didn't get here. It's irritating when it does that. But anyway, bang, perfect, absolutely perfect. Look at that, guys, and just rip. Right, and that's so cool. Geeks me out. All right, same anchor, new low. Now we're sitting inside of it again. All right, so we'll see if we get another chance here. All right, so this falling out of this support or out of this resistance, right? That's dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals and the indices. Okay, if we push through somehow, then dollar strength. All right, now here's the euro. Okay, euro, larger time frame. All right, there's these shorts from highs halfway back in the year. All right, January 27th. And as of right now, we have defended, look at that, our 61.8, okay? So if we see the euro starting to break longs after holding this, we're gonna have to really pay attention, all right? So here's the most recent, there's a couple long setups here. There's this extension, we don't wanna misidentify a trend break, right? There's this extension long from April 9th to our highs. This was such a cool series here, and maybe I'll have time on the nooner to go back through it. But just the way these extensions played out, so technically, like textbook, make a new high, reactivate the anchor, bang, defends, go, next extension, bang. It was a really cool teaching situation on the way up. But now we're back at these lows. So we've got this extension long from the 9th up here to our highs on the 14th right there. And then we also have this halfway back on the week. All right, I'm going to get rid of this one for now. All right, our halfway back on the week. So we don't want to misidentify this trend break, right? We want to make sure, get rid of this, make sure this guy has officially broken trend. So I would consider the trend broken, or at least starting to look for shorts to sell into if we break the halfway back on the week. Because if we continue to hold, even if we break this extension, we can hold that halfway back in the week. See what I'm saying? Is then we don't want to look short and then just get freaking steamrolled as it's coming back in our face, right? So we want to make sure this thing's broken. All right, so there's the euro, this rising off of this, dollar weakness, falling, dollar strength. All right, let's see what we got going. Anything exciting? Nope, we just still holding here. All right, this gap fill this morning is going to be interesting. We'll see if we go straight down and fill it, and if we do fill the gap right away, just be aware of potential profit taking right there. Okay. All right, so we'll see going into the morning, but we are within those 10 points, and if we open within those 10, that gives us about 90-something% chance of that thing filling. Okay. All right. Any questions? Anybody? Anything you might have missed that we can go over again? Oh. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. All right, Tyler, you good?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody. Have a good day. I'll talk to y'all at noon.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll see you at noon. Oh, man. I just realized I didn't do the swear jar. We got to get the swear jar going. All right, guys, we're going to be back. We're going to be live trading. We're going to have Adidas, and let me get the swear jar. We're up at $82, baby. Swear jar's at $82. Hold on. So I'm managing a trade. All right, we went too high. 82. Guys, it is my son's 5th birthday today. Man, I can't believe 87 now. It's right. 82. There we go. Boom. Bada bing. Bada boom. Bada bing. Bada boom. I have the swear jar set that it's all based on like probabilities, has like a percentage chance to be a certain amount. There we go. All right. 82. Oh, I'm a big idiot. All right, guys, is my I know. He's 5. It's crazy. The fact that I have my youngest child is 5. Guys, chat, it's messing with me today. It's messing with me. It's like, I don't know why, but it's messing with me. Anywho, for lunch, we're gonna pick my daughter up. She's a little bit older. We're gonna go pick her up from school. She's in 1st grade. We're gonna take her out of school. We're gonna go do a little lunch action. Gonna go do a little family lunch action. So, live trading. We have Adidas and Jordan. Normally they're a little early. Normally Adidas is a little early anyway. He normally only trades for 30 to 45 minutes. So, what I'm trying to say is today's live trading session might be slightly shorter because I gotta do some birthday lunch. So, we'll see how that goes. But anywho, we're gonna be back with Adidas and Jordan to trade live. Sorry, I'm managing this trade, so at the same time I'm like doing multiple things. Anyway, we'll be back. We'll be back to trade live with Adidas and Jordan here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Peace out, everybody. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Good morning, everybody. I have Jordan's charts in the background, but I don't have Jordan. I'm gonna text him. Oh, I got you now. Yes, sir. What up, dude? I got your. So I have your chart. I don't have your camera. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but you're good, dude. Yeah, a little dumping here. How you been, man? I know you've been all over the place. Yeah. Good, man. It's been a good week. It's been a good week. Yeah, no, I feel you. I know we finally got a little trendy action here. I'm torn here with the Dow and the Russell showing a little relative strength. Bank looking strong. ES looking a little better than NQ here. How do you feel about trading all time highs? Yeah, that's right. Fight that. I like it. Man, RTY ripping. Yeah, I try not to fight. I try not to fight a good, you know what I mean? Try to catch a top when the market gets trendy, that's for sure. I might try a little spy here. Let's see. Early on, I'm not sure here. I could see a pullback. I mean, we have room to obviously kind of get a little bit of profit taking. Wouldn't shock me to see a little bit of kind of consolidation and the trend not just continue so quickly, but we'll see. Yes, battling back with its open, looking stronger. The Dow giving it up. RTY staying strong though. Bro, yeah, that's right. That's why. That's right. I put the New Balance on the shelf, but then I kind of was lying. I had to cut the grass, so I had to get them down off the shelf. They had more miles in them. You know what I'm saying? They're coming back. Don't get me wrong, but I was saying this earlier, but it's my son's 5th birthday today, Jordan. So we're prepped. We had the birthday party this weekend. So I've been on house duty prepping. Well, first 5-minute bar, we just got a doji right at the open. Jordan, you might have muted yourself on purpose, which, if that's the case, totally cool. But I did lose audio from you, I think. I did VWAP here in ES. We'll see. NQ just made new lows. A little bit of relative weakness here for the NQ. The Dow holding up. What shall we do? I'm not in love with anything right now. Overall, the market has room to pull back, but I don't want to try to time the top of all-time highs. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at, right? So, like, am I interested in shorting right now? No, not really. I'm not trying to short all-time highs. That's just not my style. But in terms of levels, I don't got much to work with in terms of support. I did take a withdrawal today as just a little protection. I've had a good week, so I just paid myself $2,000 before market open, just as a little protection. You know. Oh, I got you now. I didn't have you for a little while there. Dude, it showed on the back end like the mute thing. It showed like the camera symbol, not the mic symbol. But I think maybe since you're not showing your cam. But yeah, now that I got you, I mentioned we got kid's birthday. I've had a good week on options. I just paid myself $2,000 from my options account before market open today. No, man. I've been trading just intraday. I've caught a couple of these trending days on the Qs, and just been able to hold them good. I've taken some contracts. I've taken some closer to in the money contracts. Basically, the way I've played it is I take something maybe $1 away from the current price or $2 at max, and I've been able to hold those pretty well. And then at the same time, or maybe even on a pullback, I've added some out of the money contracts in. And then my ones that are more in the money have worked out, and I've taken profit on those kind of quick. And essentially, they've put me in a position where it's okay, either way, whatever these out of the money contracts do, if they go to zero or if they take off, I'm gonna at least make a couple $100 today. So I've given myself an opportunity to hold them relatively risk free, and then I've held some of and the out of the money's they're a lot cheaper, so I've had good size on them in terms of number of contracts, and then I caught a couple of nice trending days and was able to hold those out of the monies pretty well, and yeah, so I just based off of a couple 0 DTE trades this week, was able to make a few thousand, which is nice because I wasn't trading with a very large cash account either. It wasn't anything crazy. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's been a good week. So paid myself for that. We don't have Jordan's cam today, but we do got the chart here.
We do have the chart. Yeah, I'm not in a trade yet. Sorry, I know
I
that
saw
looks.
you kind of maybe eyeing one up, so I threw it.
Yeah.
You're just.
I'm just eyeing one. I want to see kind of how this how we hold.
I know this is tricky here. You know what I mean? To keep you want to. Well, this trend is obviously continuing along, but it's just we got room for a pullback for sure.
Now you see how they're buying it up.
I'm keeping an eye on some. I'm looking at ES just because it's had a little bit of relative strength today. But NQ trying to put a little catch up as well. Where is it? Can you hear Jordan now? I don't know. I don't know when he sent that. I just saw that message. Oh, breakdown here. This is what I'm saying. This is why it's tough here, and I don't want to like necessarily rush into anything. It's just because, we have room for the pullback, but I don't want to fight a trend. I feel you guys should be able to hear Jordan now, but hopefully, I don't know. Let me know. I can hear you. I can hear you. I think they should be able to hear you now. I'm thinking maybe that was before. I'm not 100% sure. Chat, if you guys can or can't hear Jordan, please let me know. All right, they got you now. Got you now. Normally we got his handsome mug on camera too, but he's big Red Bull exec over here. He's been moving around. I don't know why we still don't have the official Red Bull sponsorship for SDtv, but now that he's settled, I'm gonna start. We'll start going, baby. Now we got him settled. Yeah, Jordan's been moving around. He's just settling in a new place here, so he's still going through some moving pains here. I think, did you say last week it was a good reminder that you never want to move again? Oh, bro, I can't even imagine. Oh, gee, she's got some stuff, I'm sure. Dude, I swear to you, this will never happen. I have children, but I could become a minimalist. Like, live out of a backpack. Like, moving is one of those things that'll like convince you I could do that shit. You know what I'm saying? We lost them. They said they lost you again, which is crazy because I can still hear you. Yeah, I still hear you. Nothing has changed on my end. Maybe I need to have. Do I need to have your chart up? Maybe this is it. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know why. Well, no. I mean, like me specifically on this screen. Do you got him now? Does this make a difference? Hold on, let me adjust some things here. But that shouldn't make a difference. That shouldn't make a difference. Say something, Jordan. Let me see.
Yo, checking.
It's if it's. Oh, that's why. Because you're not sharing your cam. Okay, that makes sense. So your audio is coming through your chart screen. So when I don't have it up, I have your camera source. Okay, that makes sense. I got it. Don't worry. This is in my head. It's making sense now.
Okay.
Essentially, right? Like whenever you're normally on, right? There's like two sources to share.
Okay.
Both your camera source and you share your chart, right? And
yeah.
When I share your camera source, that's where your audio comes from. But since you're not sharing your camera source with me, I never added that to the control room to the stream.
Okay.
And the only thing you're sharing with me is your chart. So if I take your chart off and then go to another scene, we lose your audio. Not a big deal. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add your chart to my cam. This should work.
I want to see what Inky's trying to do here, man. It's like moving a little bit sideways.
That would not shock me. All right, you guys. My guess is you should be able to hear Jordan now. Can you hear still while we're on? Can you guys hear Jordan now? Still, try it again, Jordan.
Testing.
Yeah. All right, we should. All right, good. Should be
Can you
good.
hear me?
Yeah. We got your chart on this all in one scene now. I just had to move some things around. We're good.
Okay, perfect.
So we got Vic strength, bank kind of rolling over. Yeah, I mean we filled the gap on the Qs.
I feel like this is trying to flush. I just think we'll see. We're gonna get a strong bounce or we're gonna flush. I think we just gotta wait.
Yes, did not fill its gap yet. Actually, NQ did not either. This is SPY. So no gap fill yet. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see a gap fill here first.
Like
We got the Dow dumping. RTY's giving it up. Bank's giving it up. VIX is holding strength. So QQQ did fill the gap. SPY, not yet. Oh man, I'm torn here. I wish SPY filled the gap, then I would have.
no, I'm literally. I mean, it's looking like I'm watching it. I'm hawking it right here.
You're looking shorts?
I'm looking short. Yeah. I want to see how this holds.
I like him from a gap fill perspective.
I just wanted to see if we can really break this level. Still bouncing.
Bank trying to hold here. RTY a little bit interesting. Above it's open. From a futures perspective.
Let's see.
Ooh, I kind of like RTY futures. If I was gonna long a futures name.
Is this
Any entry yet?
not yet? I'm gonna sit on it. I want to see how this holds. I want to see if we might really get some momentum if we decide to flush.
I mean, NQ has room down to 26,187 if it wants it.
I am eyeing shorts. I'm on NQ cells here. Looking at two.
New lows there on the Qs and SPY.
I'm eyeing shorts here. Got two. See that break.
SPYs should give the gap over here. There you go. SPY just filled the gap.
All right, I took two here. 2 micros. See if we can get that move down. My stop is at 361.
The VIX getting a nice push higher here as well. Gaps have been filled here. So let's see. Does this follow through to the downside?
Let's see. Give us some power there. Give us a flush.
It's on the table here. What's your target on NQ?
Bro, I don't have a target till 140. Like this shit flush.
Yeah, I mean, I don't got a level until 187, so you got, from my point of view, at least 115, 120 points.
20 points here. Trying to get a 1R before I do anything. Almost 30. Just want this. It was one trending, just straight line move. Thank you. Like this week has been like super weird with like a little bit of a move, then like
Bro, that weekly chart, that SPY weekly chart, crazy looking.
Almost at 30.
I feel like
All
this
right.
has been the behavior of
even taking a trim.
all
40
highs recently. Sorry.
No, you're good. I took one off. But now just trail this based on R.
Good stuff. Nice trade. Good short.
Next target is 70. Is at 250. I'm just gonna hold this bad boy until we. Come on, don't bounce. Give us that straight drop.
Bro, I'm gonna make an AI avatar of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna, so for this short trade that you're in, I'm just gonna clip it. I'm gonna use your AI avatar.
Okay.
Have you ever tried that? Like it's like called like HeyGen or something. I forget. There's like some.
Nah, I've seen it, but I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it on social media.
5-minute close to the downside.
Yeah, this thing could flush. I just needed to flush in a straight line, not like wick a little bit and then like.
I feel like every short you've gotten into recently on stream has been like really good entry and then this wild bounce.
Yeah, so I'm talking about like trying to bounce right now. Like no, just. Oh my god!
I can't lie, I am kind of looking at a bit of a YOLO long here. just because of like the overall trend here.
Well, they tagged me. Last runner.
Tagged you right there.
That runner, yeah. It's tricky, bro. The market is like you're trying to get these full trendy moves, man.
that 2 minutes in a quick race. I don't know.
I
I'm
mean,
not trying to.
yeah.
I mean, I guess I am trying to catch the bottom here potentially.
Now I want you to pull back a little more so I get another injury, but who knows what happens with that.
Yeah. Problem is, I don't really have a level here. It's just more based off of like a hunch. This is what you call a vibe trade if I were to take one. We'll probably get
Oh man, it's these bigs. I thought this was going to flush.
Looks like it still might. That 2 minutes kind of reverse in here. Let's see.
I got worked out on that runner.
So you're flat here.
Flat. I am definitely flat. I feel like it's going to definitely. When's going to re-injury?
I might try a couple spy YOLOs here.
Longs?
Yeah, and like these would legitimately be YOLOs, like small size. Just see if we can catch a bottom. Trying to start on the strike.
What are you seeing to make you?
I'm just thinking like we're just at all-time highs, and basically the thought process is, all right, we got this initial move down, and all the bears are like, all right, all-time highs, we're not going any higher. This is a reversal. Everybody's piling in short, and it just gets squeezed higher because people don't think it can continue to go higher because we're at all-time highs again. And it's like there's literally not from like a structural or price action or levels standpoint, there's really nothing. It's literally just the mindset of like trying to do the opposite of the herd, I guess, if I were to do this. It's basically
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like when you get to all-time highs, I feel like everybody and their mother tries to call the top. And and that's why all-time highs continue to go higher a lot of the time. And obviously this isn't like a whole lot much of a pullback from these highs. So like does this happen now? Who knows? Could we just reverse and see a bigger pullback? Yeah. But that's just I'm looking for that. That's just kind of what is in my mind.
I'm eyeing shorts right here.
Yeah, I do think in terms of like a level perspective, like on the SPY, like we have room to come down to 697.36. Like that's like we're actually that's like kind of the middle of yesterday's bar where we saw a little pause bar. That like makes more sense in terms of like, okay, I actually have a level here. You know, there's a little bit more of a reason to try along, basically.
I am eyeing sells here. Let's see. All right, I took it.
Oh, my voice is quiet. Interesting. Like
Not sure
more
why.
than normal?
Bad. My stop is at 325.
check. How's audio now? Is it better? Is that better? Is that any better? Check. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be doing much on. Hey, Ethan, is my audio less than it normally is? Not better. Okay.
Oh, not good buying.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna try to move my mic closer because I don't really know. Did it change at a certain? That's very true. No, did it change at like a certain point, or have I sounded quiet all stream, or was there like a certain moment in time where you're like, oh, he sounds quiet now? Liz goes right though. I'm normally the loudest mofo in the room. Just naturally comes out. And you know when you really start to realize that is when you have kids and they're just like you. Man, damn it. And you're like, these loud ass kids, damn. Who made these kids? Man, I can't, I'm got the mic close. I don't know what I gotta do. What is happening? And Ethan, this is like different. This is not like traditional from what I normally sound like, right? I'm gonna try. Check. I turned that. Is that any louder? Is that louder? Is that louder? How about that? Is that louder? How's that? I didn't realize this, but at the beginning of setting this whole stream up, the audio has definitely been the more complicated of the matters than I expected it to be.
Market. All right, I gotta tag out of that short.
All right. This is a YOLO. It could go to 0. I'm taking a couple SPY 702 calls at 47. Size small. And like I said to Jordan just a few minutes ago, I don't know how quiet I was, but based off of like a chart or structural perspective, there's not a whole lot that I love about this trade. To be honest with you, it's literally just kind of a conceptual. We're all-time highs. People trying to call the top, squeeze it even higher than expected. We shall see. I don't I don't love any trade right now. So this is a partially just entertainment for myself as well. Hopefully it makes us some monies.
Some coins. Let's see.
So this is what's interesting. Nice start, by the way. Con's up to 52 here. Little start, I should say.
Oh, bottom action.
So I do have SPY at like all-time highs. ES, because of the way that the charts roll over, I actually do still have some levels to work off of. 70.76 would be essentially the target, which would be a little bit 5 points above the opening print. Would essentially be is the target. Golden now? Okay, good. But yeah, if you look at SPY, it shows, you look at the SPY weekly chart, it shows like all-time highs. But if you look at ES based off of the way the contracts roll, it doesn't necessarily well, the weekly chart shows it, which is what's weird. The weekly chart shows us at all-time highs. But if you go to the hourly chart, because of the contract rollover, I still have some levels above, which is just a weird concept, something we've talked about on this stream a little bit.
Yeah, I think it definitely caught a new low.
Yeah, we'll see if this entry gets any fall through. We're up a few bucks a con here. We'll see. Can the theory hold true? We have some room even into VWAP a little bit here. I don't like banks kind of rolling over, but so's VIX. K-pop Demon Hunters has ruined the phrase golden. I mean, that used to be a Seinfeld thing for me. You're gold, Jerry, gold. Now it's thinking K-pop. Gonna be golden. You're gonna be. I don't even know if I know the lyrics, but I've probably heard it a billion times. So Jordan, you're ripped. Are you like a healthy eater, or are you just like are you like always watching what you're eating, or are you just like loaded up, bulking all the time?
Nah, so like I went through like definitely different phases of like my health kick. I would say probably like now, like I don't like measure my food like anything like that crazy. I know people who do, but like I kind of have like a general idea of like what I should be eating. And so I'm for the most part, like during the week, I'm just like a simple eater, if that makes sense. So like I'm eating like I don't eat breakfast, so my first meal is like normally like a lean protein, and then like complex carbs. So there's normally like quinoa, sweet potato, and like a vegetable, and then I kind of rinse and repeat that every day. And then on the weekends, I'm a little bit more like lax because like I do like to eat out a lot.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
On the weekends, I kind of like get kind of whatever like I want. I'm not really so like particular. And then yeah, so like I find like that's kind of like what worked with me. I've tried like different like eating like plans
routines,
and
meal plans,
like
prep.
Yeah, it didn't really fit like my lifestyle.
Yeah,
it's like a very simple guy, especially like during the week. So I'm like super busy, so like having to like like track this and track that. I'm like, not really like ideal situation for me particularly, but
I feel like once you're in a good spot too, and I think everybody's body's probably a little different. I'm no health expert, but but yeah, I feel like you're in a good spot. You can kind of just, as long as you're putting the work in, doing good stuff during the week. I gotta be honest, I bring this up because my son wants to go to McDonald's for his birthday, and I'm just excited to smack a Big Mac, and I didn't know how hard you're gonna judge me because I might smack 2 of them bad boys. I'm ready to go.
I'm not judging you. Actually, we've seen it, but we got some McDonald's is doing some cool stuff soon. So
Oh yeah, wait, little Red Bull McDonald's collab? Is that what you're talking about over there?
Oh no, man.
Bro, did we hear it? Did we just get the insider scoop?
I don't know, man. I guess only time will tell, huh?
Oh, bro, I don't even know if I can clip this. I might get you in trouble.
But yeah, man.
Bro, you get listen. If they're looking for a new guy to act in the commercials for that collab, I'm your guy. Put in the word for. I love both of those things.
Say less. Say less. Now, I like that McDonald's in such a long time.
Really? It's been a while, yeah.
It's been a while.
I'll be honest with you. If you gave me one fast food for the rest of my life, TB all day. Taco Bell, baby. Give me them chicken quesadillas. They're just too good.
I guess I'm simple, but I was always just a Chick-fil-A guy, man.
I mean, yeah, it's all right. I gotta be honest with you, that would be a hard decision. If it came down to it, I can make an argument for a lot of them, but Chick-fil-A is hard to beat, bro. It really is.
It's so I was really just there on whatever day this week, just getting like breakfast, like for my team. And I'm just like, yo, this is just such a genius concept. And it's like, it's so simple, like when you really think about it. But Chick-fil-A, and so my best friend, his mom is an operator. So I'm not sure if y'all know that it is, but it's like essentially like CEO of a store. You can't
yeah, you can't they're not a franchise, right? But you can still like run, like obviously one store, a couple stores, whatever.
You have to go like Chick-fil-A school.
Yeah, yeah. I have heard about this.
Well, you have to go to Chick-fil-A school, and it's like this whole process. And so, because my best bud, he was like, yeah, man, like I'm thinking about pretty much like going to Chick-fil-A school. like that, but like that's kind of what it was.
Yo, imagine sitting down on the couch with your parents, and they're like, all right, son, what do you want to do for the rest of your life? And they're like, yeah, Mom, Dad, I've been giving this a lot of thought. I want to go to Chick-fil-A school.
I'm not like at this point, like I'm not even like mad at like the thought, because it's like,
it's successful.
It's successful, and it's Chick-fil-A, and it's like, what are you really gonna say? Like,
dude, if it was your kid, you'd be like, all right, son, how much free Chick-fil-A does that get me?
Yeah, I'm like, if it was my kid, like, what would I say? I'll probably be like, I'm not mad at it. Like,
I'm not mad, bro. So this is all right. This is a throwback. I don't know if Chick-fil-A still does this or not. This would be a good story for all the youngins out there. This is back in my day. This is what we did. So when Chick-fil-A started opening around here, I'm like Western PA, a little outside of Pittsburgh. We had a Chick-fil-A inside of our mall. Like Westmoreland Mall had a Chick-fil-A inside of the mall for the longest time. And so when they first started expanding around here, like locally, actual physical stores, that the day before their grand opening, they would do basically these things where if you stayed outside, like I think it was the first 100 customers at the grand opening of a store would get free Chick-fil-A for a year. And so we did it on 2 different occasions. There were 2 Chick-fil-A locations around my house where we took tents. You had to be one of the first 100 people into the parking lot. And then you had to sleep in the parking lot, just vibe out. And then they gave you 52 free meal coupons. So you could do 1 free meal per week for an entire year. And we did that twice with like so like there would be 4 of us, and we'd all get 52 free coupons. And this was just for the grand opening. And it was a vibe. It would be a party. There'd be 100 people. You get your tents. There'd be people in like the cow, like the Chick-fil-A cow costumes, music playing, people be vibing. I did it twice, man. Free Chick-fil-A for a year. Never regret it. One of the best times ever.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. You're jealous, aren't you?
Kind of.
Oh, yeah, man. Those were good times. I don't even know how old. I was probably like 15 or 16 at the time. I don't even know.
Chick-fil-A's been around for a long time.
For sure, yeah. And imagine being like 15, 16 and getting free Chick-fil-A for a year. I mean, you can't beat that.
You can't beat that. You cannot beat that.
Well, here, chat, we're sitting right around break even on these SpyCons. I don't know. This little pullback here. This could be your lower high here, Jordan. If you want to try another short stab,
I'm
this will be it.
watching. I'm definitely watching.
This could be it. We break new lows on the day. I'll probably just close these up, even though I said that, you know, their size for zero. I'm not necessarily going to let them go to zero. Nah, dude, I didn't know that, Ethan. That's pretty sick. Ethan said Chick-fil-A offers free ice cream for families that eat without looking at their phones.
Wait, is that a real thing though?
I bet it sounds like it would be a real thing. I feel like that's legit. That sounds like some Chick-fil-A type of vibe.
How do they know though?
That's a good question. That's a
Like,
good question. That's a good question. All right, here I'll give you another. This is shouts out Chick-fil-A. We're gonna hype them up here. Although if you want to take these shorts, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this for the long boys. We'll see. We'll see if we get double bottom here. But one time, this was like pure accident. I was in. I always leave my wallet in my car.
Mm-hmm.
We got any thieves on chat? Don't listen to this, but I just like hate the feeling of my wallet being in my pocket, like sitting on it. Like I pretty much keep it in my car all the time. That's where my wallet's at. So one time I was on my lunch break and I drove to Chick-fil-A. I ordered my food, and I think this was like pre-Apple Pay. And I ordered my food, and I go to pay for it, and I go to like find my wallet, and it just wasn't in my car. And I was like, what the heck? So I didn't have my wallet. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I need to cancel my order. I don't have my wallet. Like, I apologize. Blah, blah. And Chick-fil-A, the absolute beauties that they are, were like, nah, your lunch is on us today, brother. Copped my meal, and it was awesome. And I was like, you guys are the best. So I went to Chick-fil-A like the next week, and I paid for the person's meal behind me as a little return the favor. But that was pretty dope at Chick-fil-A.
All jokes aside, like, I feel like it definitely has to be studied on like their customer service.
100%.
Like how they actually like hire. Like, do you know how hard it is to hire people who are just like, I've never top of mind have had like a disrespectful or like, like just a person who's just, they had a long day. Like everyone just smile. Like, and like how long, like how far that really goes to the business. I'm like, yeah, Chick-fil-A.
Yep.
I mean,
that is one thing they do so much better than any other like fast food chain. Is the customer service. Also, just like the efficiency in the drive-through line, bro. Come on now. That's they go above and beyond when it comes to customer service. They cannot be beat.
It's like Chick-fil-A will listen to this, We're your biggest fans.
Yeah, that's right. See, we need that stream sponsorship. We don't normally give out free promos around here, Chick-fil-A, but we've been singing your praises for 30 minutes now.
Oh man. now I need to go Chick-fil-A.
Even as the YOLOs are not working out, cons are down to 33 here. We're down about $14 a con now. I have to close up shop here.
Let me see how this holds. Really want to see. I think we can break.
Bro, you know what would be better than free prop firm account giveaways?
What?
Free Chick-fil-A coupons, bro. Come on now. You're telling me we wouldn't have the viewers on the stream would be popping off.
That's like in like five years. That's the trading space.
It's just all Chick-fil-A.
It's just like Chick-fil-A, which is like, all right, y'all. We
Did you
figured
grow
it
your
out.
prop account today? Here's this free Chick-fil-A meal coupon.
They figured it out. They figured out the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also so curious to really see like how this space continues just to grow. It's just like these props are actually I'm not even mad. I'm just like every day it's just like it's another one. It's another new prop.
Yeah, bro.
I can't
Go ahead.
I can't even keep up. I'm just like, sheesh.
Dude, yeah, it's hard to keep up. It's funny. I actually did a podcast. Shout out my boy Randy the other day, and we were talking about it. And it's funny, like new props will pop up, and they'll get tons of hate via social media, and I see some of it comes from like a place of where there's a lot of scammy firms that have come and gone in the industry, right? So that's why I think potentially with some merit, people on social media approach new prop firms coming into the space negatively, right? But if you think about it, if there are actually like new good firms coming into the space, people who are good at utilizing the leverage, people like Zach and Adides, yourself, everybody who is able to kind of take payouts, maybe use those payouts to leverage more accounts and then continue to scale up their funding. Like the more good, trustworthy props there are, the more potential capital you as a retail trader have access to. Because you can have, whatever it is, 5, 10, 20 accounts from one firm across 10 different firms, if they're all good and trustworthy, that like provide you with some unreal opportunity. So like I look at it as a point of view as like, as long as they're not scammy, as long as they're paying out and they're doing things legitimately and they're providing traders with opportunity, the more good props out there, the more opportunity it is to scale your capital as a retail trader. So that's a good thing. So they have to be put through trial by fire a little bit. They have to prove that they pay out, that kind of thing. But all in all, I think it's a good thing. And prop competition, better deals, good for the retail trader.
Yeah, I'll say that's the biggest thing. I think the competition, you just nailed it. It just allows to have better deals, man. Better deals for sure.
So I'm looking at 100% Jordan, but I'm looking at Ethan's chat right now. He said, what platform do y'all recommend to trade options on? He wants to get off of Robinhood. He's looking into Moo. Would love to hear pros and cons and of some thoughts. So I don't have like a ton of experience with a bunch of different platforms, Ethan. I have both a Thinkorswim, which I would call like more my main account is I use Thinkorswim. That's what I do on my charting on. I do trade options on that account. I have an IRA account through my Thinkorswim. I have a personal trading account through my Thinkorswim. I would call Thinkorswim like my main broker / trading platform, that kind of thing. But then I do like to separate things a little bit where it's not like all your money's in one place, that type of deal. I also have a Robinhood account that I like to play with. I do that a lot too while I'm on stream. Like this YOLO right now, I just took on my Robinhood account. And back in the day, Robinhood got a lot of knock on like their fills. I didn't like their options chain. They've updated their options chain. I think it's a little bit better now. In terms of fills, I'm not like trading any sort of kind of like crazy size that I've like noticed bad fills or anything like that via Robinhood. I think Thinkorswim probably has some better fills. One thing I did hear about, if you're interested in like you're very particular about your fills and good fills, interactive brokers, I've heard very good things about. I haven't ever personally used them, but I've heard that interactive brokers is really good with the fills. I don't know what they're like in terms of like a user interface perspective. The people who actually invented Thinkorswim, TOS, sold it to Schwab, and they made like hundreds of millions of dollars. They then went on from creating Thinkorswim, which was like this, revolutionary charting platform, to then creating interactive brokers, and they still now have ownership in that today. They have like a trading live show. It's called Tasty Stream or Tasty Works or whatever. But it's all those guys.
I didn't know that. I just learned something.
Yeah, so one of the guys, so they have a YouTube channel. I think it's called like Tasty Works or Tasty Work because I think that's also a trading platform. So they've done like a bunch of different trading platforms. Um, but there's like a group of like 2 to 4 guys, I think, and one of the guys was on the Words of Wisdom podcast.
Okay.
And so I watched his interview, and he explained how they built Thinkorswim and sold it for, I think it was hundreds of millions, I think. And then they built Interactive Brokers, and I think they sold a portion of Interactive Brokers, but still have some ownership in Interactive Brokers. And then Tasty Works is like another spinoff of that. And now they do like a daily live show. They talk a lot about like options, Greeks, and Gamma, and
All that good stuff.
it's a lot less like price action type stuff. It's a lot more just like Greeks. Like they don't even really show charts during the show. They're just kind of like, it's more of like a broader
stuff.
Yeah, broader like market wide, different kind of like style trading. But yeah, so those guys are all intertwined. It was interesting listening to his interview. Guy's kind of crazy. He like puts on like 100 trades a day. Like the guy who one of the main guys who invented or built these platforms.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, dude, 100 trades a day. It's crazy.
I wonder if that's like, I want to get more context to that.
Yeah. I need to go back myself, but yeah, he a very much different trading style than the common retail trader, I think.
Not for sure. We put on that much, but also he's probably been doing this for his whole life.
Yeah, I think that he's probably been in it for 30 years at this point. Yeah.
At this point, yeah. I feel like once you get that much time into it, it's like, I guess like any other profession, but especially like trading, it's just you see things differently. You experience so much.
100%. Yeah, Tasty Trades. That's it, Ethan. Yeah. So those guys are the Tasty Trades guys. They are the guys who, like I said, just they built TOS, sold it to I think Schwab, maybe somebody before Schwab. Schwab owns it now, Charles Schwab. And I think they're still intertwined with Interactive Brokers. Tasty Trade. If you look at Tasty Trades and Interactive Brokers, they have the same sort of branding, same color scheme, all that stuff. So I think they're still intertwined. But I think Tasty Trades, Interactive Brokers, probably both good options. I think Thinkorswim's a good option. And I know Stock Dads has partnered with Moomoo, and Zach has used Moomoo. I've heard good things about Moomoo. It's just hard for me to say. I haven't personally used Moomoo, so I can't really give you feedback on that.
I never even heard of Moomoo.
Really? Yeah, it's I actually think I heard about it through Stock Dads or Zach, or sorry, I've seen. Maybe it was Chris. Maybe Chris. I can't remember. I think Zach maybe was the first person I've seen.
And Moomoo was just like a new prop or something.
It's a trading platform. I think it's like a Webull or Robinhood. It's like something like that.
Okay.
I think it's like an options stocks type of thing.
That makes sense. Market's not doing a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on for about another 10 minutes, and then I got a little bit of birthday lunch coming up here. So I'm gonna continue to hold this here. We're kind of trying to double bottom. If we start to break down from this area here at these 750s, I'll just close the YOLOs. But oh yeah. See, I didn't even really notice that because I don't use Robinhood that much, Ethan. I didn't realize. I mean, also you can set like a limit order, right? So you could set like a limit sell order. Let's see. Can I do a stop order? I think you can do that. Can you? So here's something I did, Ethan. I did change like they updated their options chain, but if you go to like, so I'm holding these YOLOs right now, right? So if I go to those cons, I hit trade, and then I hit sell. In the top right corner, I don't know if you can see like in the top right corner, like right there, it's like kind of blurry, but it says limit order. If you hit that drop down, it then gives you like sell limit, stop limit. So you do limit, stop limit, market, stop market. So couldn't you do like a stop limit at a price, right? I think that's what you're looking for. So maybe check that out. Maybe, I don't know. But if you already have a Robinhood, I do think Robinhood's gotten better. I used to be a hater when they did during the whole the GameStop thing when when they locked up accounts.
Oh yeah, bro, that was weird.
Yeah. I was a hater back then because I don't think Thinkorswim did freeze anything up at the time.
That time was so. I remember that time like it was yesterday, man. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
It was
wild, dude. Those were wild times.
GameStop craze.
Yeah, that AMD.
I got you mean AMC?
Or AMC, yeah, AMC. I'm sorry, AMC, yeah.
Yeah, I only did AMC. I think
Dude,
by the
that's
time
so
like
funny. That's like kind of one of the things that got me. Like some of the first
a lot of
stocks I
people-
bought were like GameStop and AMC because I saw people posted about those.
I mean, that was like the talk of the town. I
One
did
hundred percent.
I made a lot of money off of obviously not knowing what I was doing, but I made a lot of money off Doge. Oh my gosh. Like even to this day. Like,
Did you a Dogecoin?
oh my gosh, when Doge had that crazy run, I was like, I think like on like social media, hearing someone talk about Dogecoin, and they're so convincing. It's like so cheap, and so this is a true story. I put like I think like $2,500 into it. Like I was like, you know what? Like let's just see, because I was like right around like the pandemic, so I was like, all right. And then I forget it had its crazy run up. My 2,500 turned into $25,000.
No way, bro. 10x that. 10x it. That's crazy.
I
1000%.
I didn't know that. So like I immediately sold. And so like you can't imagine taking profits, but then it's like Doge had that. I'm not sure people remember. Doge had that like historic run. And I remember it kept running. And I remember, this is no lie, this is like the only time I feel like this is really happening in the market, where I literally just kept on buying. But I was so scared. I was like putting like 500 to 1,000. The second time I put in 500, it became like 4,500. I was like, nah, son. I think I made probably close to like 45, 50 racks off of Dogecoin.
Dude, that's wild. That's
Before
crazy.
I was like, nah, this cannot be real.
Did you keep it? Did you just like put it in your bank and that was it, or did you end
Yeah,
up like did you
I've
keep
always
pushing it and eventually blow it?
No, I never blew it. No. I
Bro,
like
this guy, he's like all his trader stories are like the opposite of most degenerates. He's got more discipline than the rest of us.
Yeah, no, I've never like my option stories have been like kind of like bad, but like my personality, I've always been like, again, my grandparents that came from Wall Street, so like I've always had the backing of like put the money aside.
Yeah, pay yourself. Yeah, manage risk. Yeah.
So I always kind of had that like I was already exposed, so it was like I wasn't coming to a lot of situations. It's like, oh, this is my first time like investing.
Yeah. Okay.
So thankfully, when it comes to like when I was a kid getting like birthday money, I was put into like, the stock market, like just for context. So it's
yeah.
So yeah,
That's sick, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had made my first like almost like 100K, probably when I was like around like 21, I believe.
That's sick.
Yeah, and not just because I wasn't like doing anything crazy. I just like I was always investing, and then the pandemic definitely helped me. I won't lie.
Yeah, bro, that was I was super good. My family was good about making sure I was putting money away and stuff when I was young, and I was always, my personality was one of like a saver. So when I started working pretty young, I was like, maybe like between 12 and 14, I started working at like my family had like a landscape business. My grandfather started like a garden center landscape businse. And so I started working there real young, and I just put a good chunk of my paycheck away that like whole time, and for like 10 years or whatever. So then when I was like 20, I think it was 24, when I was 24, I had like $25,000 cash that I used as like a down payment on a nice house. And most of my friends at 24 did not have an extra 25 grand to put down on a house and stuff like that.
I don't have 25 grand to put down on a house.
Yeah. So that was like nice. Like, and then then I got married, had a family. Stuff starts getting more expensive. It gets harder to put away those bigger portions of your paycheck as the expenses start to climb for sure. But
before like trading, like and getting into the space, like what were you doing before?
Yeah, so like I said, my grandfather started a landscape hardscape garden center. So he started it, and they would go and they had some like crews. It was really small. They had a small garden center. Like they would sell flowers, that kind of thing. And so when my dad graduated high school, he went to college, but he was kind of just debating what he wanted to do. But he ultimately ended up coming back and working at the family business with my grandfather, and grew it into a pretty large business. So I started working there, like I said, like when I was like 12, I'd go down in the yard and like pallets of pavers and brick would spill, and I'd like restack the brick, and like, I was mostly just like playing around on the trucks and stuff. But so I was like real young, I started working there, but like probably like 14, it started being like more legitimate, and I would go out and work on the crews and work on a landscape crew. And so I worked there like kind of pre-high school, all throughout high school, even into college. And sometimes it would just be over the summer, and then eventually became like full-time. But basically I worked my way up through the family business. I was like it's probably like the third or fourth person in charge. I was like one of the managers, running like a big group of people and doing a lot of sales. And so we had like a full garden center where we had like greenhouses where we sold plants to just retail homeowners, that kind of thing. But then we had like a full yard where we sold like retaining wall block and bulk materials and mulch and stone and all kinds of stuff to contractors as well. And then we also did our own install. So we had, I think when I was still working there, we had like 12 crews of like install crews. So it's a pretty, like, large business. And so I had done that kind of my whole life. And then my dad and actually my wife, so my parents and my wife's parents, we were hockey families. We started playing hockey together in a church league. It was like a street hockey league that was like built up out of churches. And so my family and my now wife's family decided to build a like indoor sporting facility together. And so this happened, this was like 22 years ago, I think, when they built it. I think I was maybe 10 or 12 when they built it. I'm 35 now. So anyway, they built it's called Hot Shots, and it was like about an hour outside of Pittsburgh. It was called Hot Shots. So it was like 2 indoor, it had like sport court floor, and so there were like hockey rinks, but then you could also have basketball courts. We did indoor soccer, we did flag football, we did dodgeball. We had like a big play gym type thing. We had concession, we had birthday parties, did all that stuff, right? So that was like a separate family business that was like going on. So after like 10 years of working at Country Farms, which is like the landscape business, the sporting facility needed a new general manager. So I left the landscape business to go and run the sporting facility. And so I did that until COVID hit. And then COVID like shut us down basically. And like we kept it going for a little while, but that's what got me in when COVID hit and we couldn't really be open full time. I started getting into like video editing. And that kind of introduced me more to like the online world, and that's how I started video editing for like a marketing company and doing some stuff like on my own. And that kind of sort of eventually I met Rake, and that, all those things started happening. But yeah, so that's a long story, but those kind of 2 family businesses is what I did before moving into kind of the internet content space.
No, that's fire. That's fire. Yeah, I feel like that 2020, I feel like when we all look back at it, was probably like one of the best things that happened for like everybody. Like, like obviously, God forbid, like you lost one during like that time, but like for like most people, I think there was good that came out of it. Let me say that.
For sure. Yeah. There was I actually did have a grandfather who I was really close with, who actually did end up passing away from complications from COVID, which was obviously really sad. He's just so stubborn. Wouldn't he wouldn't get the vaccine. He was sick for like 3 weeks. Wouldn't go get looked at. He was just like this old stubborn dude.
Yeah.
So that part of it was really sad. But my daughter was born in COVID when everything shut down. So like, you know, moms obviously normally get some time off, but like dads don't often get that time off. And I was able to spend, you know, the better part of a year just at home with my daughter when she was born, which was like really cool. And it also, like you said, it got me into the space of like working for myself and working from home. I've been working from home ever since. I've never gone back. So
Never come back. There you
nope,
go.
no, I've never gone back to like a 9 to 5 in an office. Like you know, here and there, but like I've always been at least partially work from home ever since COVID.
You think you'll ever go back?
No, I don't. I think it would be really hard. My dad keeps trying to get me to come back, and I'm like, I can't do
You're
it.
like,
Man. I
you
can't
can't
do it.
do it.
Nah. And he's kind of getting towards like retirement, and like he's like considering thinking about selling the business. He's like, hey man, if you want to get back in now, like you got to get back in now. I'm like, Dad, I'm sorry. I don't think I can do it. I'm like, I'm building my own thing here, brother. I've got a taste. I can't go back to it. I just can't.
Yeah, I feel that.
That freedom, you know.
I'm not mad at that.
All that being said, dude, I actually do have to hop off here.
Really?
Just I gotta run, pick up my dog. We're gonna do a little birthday lunch, and then I'll be back on this afternoon, getting Aaron on for the nooner here to wrap up the week. I am still holding these spa YOLOs, chat. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna hold these bad boys, see what happens. We haven't kind of broken new lows here, so we'll see. We're kind of putting a base here. We'll see if this becomes the low or not. But for now, I'm gonna have to hop off. So Jordan, sorry we couldn't see your handsome mug today, but thanks for coming on.
For sure. I'll be
chopping it up.
I'll be fully set up. I'm actually be in Austria next Wednesday.
Let's go.
Yeah, but after May is when like I'm
fully back in. All right, cool.
Programming. So we'll talk, brother.
All right, man. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later. Peace out, everybody. See you guys this afternoon. Bye.
See ya.
afternoon, everybody. We are back with the nooner with Sir Aaron. Hey, if anybody was on live trading with me, took the SPY calls, baby. We picked the bottom. It's been a good week. It's been a good week. All right, Aaron, go ahead.
What's up, everybody? How we doing, Mr. Wealth? What's up, Mr. Mika? What's up? What's up? New all-time highs, just plugging along. Everybody's starting to play nicely in the sandbox together. That's good to see. Give everybody a couple minutes. Hope you guys had a good morning, right? Kind of nice here today. Got the window open. Nice breeze, ready to go. What's up, Mr. Paz? We're going to start in just a second, guys. All right. Okay. Well, let's get to it. All right. So starting off with the VIX, just like we were talking about this morning. Okay. What's up, Amanda? All right. Here's our continuous contract. All right. And this is exactly what we were watching for, right? So remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. And apparently we're starting to play nicely together now, or at least coming back to playing nicely together, meaning VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So from those April 1st, that's the extension we've been using, okay? So on TradingView, okay, what you're gonna want to do if you don't have the same prints, and you probably don't, just draw from this level, draw from 23.95. All right, draw from 23.95 down to these 1840s or 1839. If you can, if it gives you an 1839, you can draw to that. But it's those April 1st lows on the old contract to lows. And we slammed right into that extension long, or that extension short. Okay. So this is what we're watching going into the afternoon. All right. So we traded into those and got sold into. Now, coming off of these lows, you can make the case that we hit a profit target up here. All right. Now, but what we did do was initially this morning, we were holding our Globex halfway back. All right, we were holding it, holding it, holding it. And to go straight up, we were going to have to hold that. We broke it. So we can start to watch one of two things. All right, we'll start to watch to see if we start to trend. Okay. If not, we could just stay in this range. Absolutely, we could. We could just stay in this little range here. All right. So that's what we're watching. Now, the indices are grinding higher, right? So we're almost there, right? We're almost there as far as things getting back to normal. You saw when the VIX sold off from this, the indices took off. Okay. Now, what we're going to have to watch on the VIX going forward, all right, since we had our rollover, are these old contract lows and new contract highs. Those down near 1975s. All right. From that low, that is the, if you're on TradingView, those 1839 to 2105. All right. And that's down here. And this halfway back, right, old contract lows, new contract highs, that's what we look out for once a month. And that can start those uptrends on the VIX, downtrends on the indices. Okay. So we'll watch this going into today. It's not having a dramatic effect, right? But we're starting to get back to that normal. All right. Starting to get back to normal. Okay. The K contract that we've been watching. All right. There we go. You can see those April 1st lows to lows. You can see it's nowhere near that. All right. So it doesn't really make any sense because now the continuous is what's being used. Okay. And that's what we've sold into. All right. So we'll see. It's still, you know, we're still in rollover mode here. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. But this is how I'm watching it right here. Continuous contract, 23.95s down to these 1839 if you can get an 1839. If not, just 1840. All right, and right there. So we'll see if we start to trend or we're just going to chop around up here. All right, so there we go. Any questions? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, so that's where we are. All right, now moving on to our financials. Look what bank did. All right, bank is still in this extension long. Now these are the financials, right? So financials are rising. Indices get a tailwind. Excuse me. If indices are falling, or if bank is falling, indices can get a headwind. All right, but bank is just grinding higher. All right, we're still in these extension longs. All right, we haven't rolled over, we haven't broken anything. We're still testing this April 13th, that was that Friday, lows to highs right there. We traded once, right? No target hit, so we just leave it there. There's the second time, there's the third time. So we're going to climb out of this? I don't know, we'll see. Everything's bullish, right? Everything is bullish. Okay, moving on to the indices now. Now, obviously, new all-time highs. So what we were looking at, you can see on the ES, those April 1st highs to highs, this is inverse of the VIX, okay? That's down here. You can see the massive divergence, right? VIX is trading this, okay? Here's the ES, all right? So just straight bullishness. So as long as we keep getting these hedgers at highs, we're gonna keep making new highs, okay? So what I was equating that high on the VIX is to, on the ES, is just these previous all-time highs. Okay, that's our previous all-time highs. Prior resistance becomes support. So those 70.43s. So that's what we're watching as our support. All right, now we can watch, see if we get a pullback here. All right, this would be trading hours only. Excuse me, trading hours only pullback. Right, 9:30, highs to lows. So if we do pull back, all right, we'll see. We'll see if we can hold this and continue to trend. There's really no targets that we know about, right? There could be all different extension levels. We're just going off what you can see that we're going off what the VIX is doing. And if the VIX continues to be weak, right, just overall weakness, and bank continues to be strong, all right, we can just grind higher. Okay, we could have one of those days where it just grinds, because what's going on right here, all right, is every time we're making these new highs, hedges are going on to protect against downside risk, right? Well, all those hedges are sellers. So sellers at highs have their stops above the high, right? Because you don't want your hedge anymore if we're continuing to go up. So these sellers at highs create new highs, and we can see this little grind and chop and pop type price action to the upside going into the afternoon, okay? And that's all this is. We see it over and over and over, right? So there's our first little halfway back pullback right there. You could make the case that we've got a target up here, but from our halfway back on the day, right there, that's about all we got. I'd probably draw it to there. So drawing it to these 70, 85, 75s from the lows that are open here. All right, looks great, right? Just using those previous highs and that resistance level on the VIX. All right, gap fill this morning. All right, opened at 9:30 right here, filled the half, filled the full, right? And there was our pullback. So very nice. Opened within 10, right? Actually, we opened just outside of 10. Opened right here, but we opened within 20. Filled the half, a little bounce, and then eventually filled the full. Just that same fill the half, then reload into the full. So great job if you got that. Probabilities worked out just fine right there. Okay, open within between those 10 and 20. We've got about a 70% chance. And there we go. There we go. Well done. Well done if you got that. All right, so moving on to the NASDAQ, you're going to see the same thing. Okay, now NASDAQ did pull back into those all-time highs a little bit more than the ES did. But what we're looking at going into the afternoon is the same thing. As long as these hedges keep going on and coming off and going on and coming off and going on and coming off, we're just going to see this grind. Okay, choppy, poppy, grind higher. All right, we really haven't had, and I mean, unless you're on a really small time frame, a whole bunch of entries except these pullbacks, right? And we can watch these lows to highs. If we do make a pullback, right, we can watch those lows to highs. That's all we got right now. Okay, So pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome. This is just a grind higher. Okay, and you can just watch it happening, right? So playing top picker, probably not great for your health. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Excuse me, a little bit different. Okay, here's the YM. Remember, it's been the weakest, right? It's been the weakest. So here's its halfway back. The most aggressive we could get would be halfway back on the week, right? And that's from our reopen here, Sunday night, Monday, all right, to our highs. You can see we're just levitating up here, right? Just levitating up here. So watch bank with the YM. If bank continues to grind higher, it's going to put a tailwind behind the YM and the Russells. Bank rolls over, right? These guys can make pullbacks. Okay, but this is rough price action right here, guys. Okay, especially on the YM. If you're long the ES or NASDAQ, great, you're in good shape, right? But the YM, tough. This is tough sledding right here. All right, not something you really want to get involved in if you don't have to. All right, moving on to the Russells. Okay, here's that Russells pullback. There's an extension long on the Russells. And again, we're just kind of levitating up here. We haven't even made this pullback yet. We haven't lit this fuse to take off. And that's from our highs on the 8th. We could probably draw this to this new high now. All right, to this most recent high here this morning, all right, at 9 a.m. But you can see we just haven't made any pullbacks, right? And especially with the Russells, if bank continues its strength, then the Russell's just going to keep on creeping higher. Okay, so that's the tailwind. All these indices are in uptrends, right? I mean, these things are bullish, right? These things are bullish, absolutely. All right, so I would honestly definitely keep an eye on bank this afternoon. Right? It's not really engaged right now. We're starting to go sideways right here. But the way I look at this, indices sideways to higher, bank sideways to higher, VIX sideways to lower. All right? Dollar, we're getting dollar weakness now, so we'll go over that in a second. Right? But you can see just hedges going on, hedges coming off, hedges going on, hedges coming off. Right? And that gives you that choppy poppy grind. All right? Looking good though, right? Looking sharp. Indices look great. All right, indices look great. Okay, any question, VIX Bank indices on where we are with anything? Anybody? No, everybody good? Dialed in? Okay. All right, moving on to Bitcoin. Just still holding longs. Nothing's broken. All right, we're still watching here. This, at least this is what I'm watching for. There's our next short setup from highs of the year to lows of the year, January 14th to lows, right there. All right, and this series of longs. Okay, there's been stair-step series of longs all the way up, and here's where we are right now. Okay, that low is on the 12th at 8 p.m. or 6 p.m. to our highs, straight at once to the tick. Highs retested, right? So just a range up here. If these break, I'll be looking to add shorts on the pullback. Okay. All right, there we go. Just like that, nothing's changed, right? Nothing has changed. We've got targets up here. It's still in longs. Okay, it's still in longs. All right, so moving over to, oh, the swear jar went way up. Did you guys see that? Up to 85 bucks now. Interesting. Wonder who lost it. All right. Oh, hang on. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. All right. Okay. So spot. Now, remember this larger time frame. Why I'm paying so much attention to those longs. Okay. Because number one, we're still in the winter. Right, we've got targets at 33.5 or between September and October 6th down here. All right, there's that first pullback. Here's the next one, right, coming right up into there. Okay, so all we're looking for is a reason to look short. All right, and we just don't have it yet. Don't have it yet. There's those previous highs right there that we touched. But there's that long. Okay, there's that long on spot right there. And that low on the 8th, right there. Okay, there we go. All right, so nothing, again, nothing's changed. We're just kind of going sideways up here. Eventually somebody's going to win. We're going to get up to targets, or we're going to break this thing. We break that, we're drawing a highs to lows, or at least I am drawing a highs to lows, see if I can get into that for that next leg down. All right. There we go. Easy peasy. Stocks, what do you guys got? Stocks. What do you guys got? Anybody? Be a real short one if you guys don't have any stocks. There goes the ES, just that choppy poppy grind. That's something. People are like, who's buying up here? All right, it's just those hedges coming off. All right. No stocks? Okay. All right, guys, I'm not going to argue with you. Okay. All right, well, moving on. Easy day. All right. There we go. Okay, so let's look at crude oil, right? Crude oil making its pullback. This is kind of exciting. Okay. Now, this pullback on crude oil is a big test. All right, look at where we are. And this is WTI. All right. This long from our lows December of 25, okay, to highs. Remember, it broke this first time, but then we held it right there. Right? We're right back down there. That's what that long is you're seeing. Okay. Last time we were in this thing, we shot all the way up to $117. Now we don't have the war news like we had. So you can see as soon as it touched that long right there, as soon as it touched that, right, bam, those orders fired off. So here's what we're watching. So it's in this short. This was the 2-week ceasefire. Okay, we had our pullback. This was Sunday night, Monday, right there. All right, and that has a target down here that hasn't been hit yet. Okay, we ran into that that super big long. Okay, so we need this smaller move right here from April 12th. This is halfway back in the week. April 12th, highs to lows. So this is a big test, right? Because if this breaks, all of a sudden we confirmed the long and we can buy pullbacks, right? So if it doesn't, and we come up here and we roll over, right, then we can just continue this downtrend on crude oil, which would be awesome, right? Which would absolutely be awesome. Okay. So definitely going to watch when we get up here. This is alarm worthy for sure. All right, there we go. Put something up there just to let us know when it gets there. All right, so definitely could be some opportunities here. All right, either way, it's a big deal because if it breaks, right, we can buy pullbacks as long as we don't get up here first. If we don't, we can sell into crude oil as it makes this move down. All right, pretty cool. Okay. Gold and silver. Gold will struggle. We might be here for a while. Okay. Been talking about this. This is the churn. This is halfway back on the year. Okay. January 29th to lows. We could absolutely churn up here. This is going to be tough to get through. It's going to be a big hedging area. It's going to be a big profit target. It's going to be a big short entry, all of that right there. All right. Now, gold, silver as well, it's holding up insanely well, right? In the face of this. All right. So what we're watching is this long. All right. And this is halfway back on the week. Okay. Lows to highs. And you can see we haven't even made our pullback yet. Right? Haven't even made our pullback yet. So there's room for gold to fall. If it breaks this, we're making a much larger pullback. We're going to have to reload. We're going to have to reconfirm long setups to try to take us through. Okay, but we're in longs. There's no doubt. We're in long setups on gold. It's just haven't gotten through that yet. And like I said, we could be up here for a while. Absolutely be up here for a while. I have no idea if it's going to break or not. If it's going to break those 50, 43, 60s, no idea. Don't have a crystal ball. All we know is we're in longs right now. All right. And we got this resistance right here. All right. So we'll see when we get down here. That I might give that a go if we get down here, like 1 hour bar to close green or a dip into low or something down here. Stay above these 47, 28, 90s and see if that will, and see if we can anticipate that move eventually breaking those short setups. Okay, so not a whole lot to do yet, but hanging in there really well. All right, silver. Okay, same thing. All right, now silver's short is a little bit different. It's March 3rd, I believe. What is it? Yeah, March 2nd, sorry. March 2nd, highs to lows. That's it short that it's going to churn in here for a while. Right there. Okay. Now, again, here's our halfway back on the week on silver. All right, lows to highs. So, again, we're just churning on that thing, right? Both gold and silver right at those big shorts, right? So we'll see if we get down here, light the fuse to get, hit these orders to see if that can lift us off far enough to get through. All right, we've got dollar weakness, so that's helping us out dramatically. All right, again, not a whole lot to do on gold and silver. They're hanging in there, absolutely hanging in there. Now, so on to the dollar, okay? So dollar's playing a major role, right? So here is DXY. Now, this is not the dollar, it's an index, right? A bunch of different currencies in this thing. So what we're watching, again, halfway back on the week, right? That's up here. So let me get rid of this so you guys can see it. There we go. All right. This rising dollar strength, that puts a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. Doesn't mean they're going down. It just means it's harder for them to go up. We roll back over, right? Back to dollar weakness. That might be what we need for the precious metals to start to churn through those shorts. All right. We'll have to watch this long from lows just to watch it. But if we do lift off, right, there's resistance above us, of course, but that little dollar strength move, right, would would put that headwind against the precious metals, especially. Just going to make them hard to go up, right? Hard to go up. Okay, so when we get to the actual currencies, okay, these are the ones that really matter. So there's the dollar yen. It broke that next short setup. So it's just going straight sideways inside of this massive extension long, right? Big old sneaky snake on top of an extension up here. That's where they happen. All right, from our highs on February 20th, right, to our high up here on March 18th. There was our first pullback, right? We haven't hit this target. Okay, so we're just right inside of this range. All right, we're starting to go into a wedge. See how we're getting lower highs and higher lows? We're starting to wedge in here a little bit. So this is dangerous as far as, and this is dangerous as far as intraday, right? We can trade the bottom of the range. We can trade the top of the range. We want to be careful right in the middle. All right, we want to be careful. Oops, I don't need the 5 minute. Want to be careful right in the middle of this sucker. That is rattlesnake country. This is a sneaky snake. And then these are rattlesnakes, right? Right in the middle of ranges. Dangerous, 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 dangerous. We've confirmed a range now. Okay, we broke longs from lows, and now we've pierced shorts from highs. We're in a range. Okay, so bottom of the range, top of the range. All right. Are those ducks? I'm not sure what. Oh, those are snakes. Thank you, Amanda. It looks like ducks. All right. Yes. How'd you get snakes? We've been talking about snakes for a while. I don't see a. Oh, there's a bunch of them down there. There's a bunch of. Oh, mercy. There's a bunch of emojis. There's a horse. There's a bull. Wow. Oh, good times. Don't tell anybody else about those. Very good. Thanks, Amanda. All right. So there we go. So this falling back down to the bottom of the range, dollar weakness. If we continue to squeeze back to the top of the range, that's a little bit of dollar strength. That's right, you did, Amanda. I had no idea those were there. That's outstanding. I thought we just had the little basic ones. The little heart, happy face, birthday thing, the guy with the big eyes, and then the 100. I didn't know we had the emojis. Nice. Whole new world. Very good. Thanks, Amanda. All right. Euro. Look at the euro. Okay, coming back down to that extension long. All right, we had two support levels. We had halfway back on the week, and then we had this new extension right here that we were trading off of. And we're right back down to it. Bang, right there. Okay, that's drawn from this high on the 9th, okay, to our high here on the 14th. We finally traded it, right? We almost got there. Now we've lit that fuse. So we'll see. This has targets, right, up here at these 118.31s, which is, there's a great big short up here, or potential short up here. If we break these, we're going into some dollar strength trades. Okay. All right. So we'll see. I'm not ready yet, right, to draw these longs from lows. You can draw those longs from lows and see if they start to hold. There wouldn't be anything wrong with that. All right. We can draw these up just to watch them. And if we start to get a trend, right, might be something we can get into. Still have to get through the halfway back. We know all that, right? But we'll see. We'll just watch this here, see if we start to trend. All right. Yeah. Boom, boom. Yeah, this broke. All right. Bang, broke. There could be a pullback right there. All right. We don't know yet. We'll have to, again, watch for like a 1 hour bar, close green, something along those lines. Right. See if we get buyers to step in. Right now, all we know right now is this is support. That's it. We don't know this is here yet. We'll have to watch the first one. We have to watch it, right? We'll see. We could just go through it like butter and go right back to support. We don't know this is here yet. But if we do fall, dollar strength, we do bounce off this and lift off, dollar weakness, that would be awesome. All right, so what do we got? Oh, I hit our head on something. Anything exciting? Well, yeah, we've got this pullback here. I want to see something. If that is a profit target from that long, that could very well be a profit target from that first pullback off of lows. That first pullback off of lows, that could absolutely be a profit target that we just hit. So let's just extend this to highs and be safe. All right, so we'll watch that. We'll watch that right there. Bank still going sideways. VIX, see if it started trending yet. Did it start trending? Let's see. All right, Amanda, have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe. Have a great time. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions on where we are? Isn't that interesting to see? We're getting this little bit of dollar strength, right? Getting that little bit of dollar strength on that pullback, right? Look at that. Looks just like the ES, doesn't it? All right, see how much the dollar is affecting us here? So we'll see. We bounce off this, right? Go back into dollar weakness. We'll see if these lift off too. All right. Cool, cool. All right, everybody. Have a safe afternoon. Remember, we're up here kind of no man's land, so just be safe, right? Whoa. I don't know if we have some news come out or something. Weird, guys. Weird. Be safe. Who knows what can come out? We've been kind of quiet on our news. What's crude oil doing? Crude oil still got this pullback, right? Crude oil still got some room to move. So we'll have to watch that going into the afternoon, right? There we go. Look at that. Is something going on? Something happened. Dallas has a financial district called Y'all Street. I love that. I love that, RC. That is right up my alley. I'll have to ask Nate about that next time Nate's on. Thank you for that, RC. Ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Thank you, NWO. All right. So we'll see what that does to the markets. There's that halfway back getting a reaction. See if that hold. The euro just went through that thing like butter. No pullback yet. Back to support. Yeah, this is wild, guys. Volatile. So just be safe, right? Be safe. Gulf and European officials see U.S. needing 6 months for Iran deal. Geez, that came out too. Thanks, Omar. The market didn't like that little blip of news, did it? VIX not trending yet. Everybody's playing nicely, though. You see that? We got some bank weakness, we got some VIX strength, and we got some indice weakness, and we got dollar strength. So everybody's playing nicely right now. All right, everybody's playing in the sandbox together nicely. All right, so we'll see if that continues. Okay, guys, any questions? Thanks for that, Omar. Thanks for that, RC. I'm actually writing that down. I'm gonna look it up. Y'all Street in Dallas. All right. If you guys are ever in Dallas, I did this back in my hockey days. We had to go down to Dallas all the time to play. And me and my roommate went to the Dealey Plaza and did that whole thing. That's weird. If you're ever in Dallas, do that. It's all set up. It's really cool. I mean, it's where somebody died. I don't know how cool that is, but anyway, a piece of Americana. We did that. That was cool. Jamie Cook was my roommate's name. Everyone will look that up. Played for the Bakersfield Condors. He retired with the Bakersfield Condors. All right. Anyway. All right. Yeah, it is pretty interesting, isn't it, RC? That's kind of cool. Okay. Any questions, guys, on where we are? Man, that halfway back's getting bought up, isn't it? All right. VIX right back at this resistance. Right back at that resistance. So just be careful, guys. Right? Look at our tick. Holy cow. All right, just be safe. Just be safe this afternoon, guys. All right? Tyler, got us?
Yes, sir. Aaron, I can confirm. I looked up Y'all Street in Dallas. It exists. It's a thing.
It does. That is so awesome.
I just looked it up. Yeah, they got a podcast. They got a website. Yep, they're legit. They're there. That's funny.
That is so cool. That is exactly my... we'll have to ask Nate about that next time Nate's on. So, all right, very good. Okay,
sounds good,
everybody. Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, that's where we're gonna wrap it up for the week. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate everybody for coming on. Swear jar here is at $85, so it looks like that may be getting given away next week once we hit $100. It's been a really good trading week. Wait, today is Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday, right? Yeah, okay. All right. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys had a good week as I did. It's been really good. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of the day, enjoy the good weather, check out this weekend, relax, kind of detach a little bit. Should be interesting. Market's back at all-time highs. We'll see. We want to keep riding the trend while it's hot. We'll see if it continues to roll into next week or how things progress. But thank you guys for tuning in. It's been a fun week. Love you all. Peace out, everybody. Talk to you guys next week, Monday morning, 8:15 a.m. Bye.